once again. Just make sure it comes through. We should be going. Why is it not seeming like we are? What is going on? We are supposed to be live. Okay. Why is it not showing me live on this screen then? Hey, Leapic! A couple last second technical difficulties, but go ahead and say it. Alright. Okay, it's good. Everything should be good now. What you got for me? Before we kick things off. Everything is working, right? Yeah, everything's working. Yeah, I prefer to the one. Hey, Jester. Yeah, I prefer to imagine what happened in Marvel with Leica as what actually happened, because otherwise that is too depressing. Leica just became a psychic space pupper, and that is all I will consider on that. Is my tracking waking out? No. Okay, we're good. Alright. Immediate derailment aside. As you might have guessed, we are doing one last swing at Artbyte. But first, oh, that's not the right window, this one is. Before we tackle, getting into and attacking someone new, I want to shout out to the last attack I've gotten, and probably the last one I'm going to get the chance to shout out, from Tapeworm, the one who I did the Kuropeko character for. Notoriously ping on tarnished. I got no idea if you're telling me I shouldn't keep pinging before I start stream or not. But anyway, yeah, I wanted to say thank you and shout out Tapeworm's attack on Moog on the stream, because like I say, it's the last attack I've gotten and probably the last one I'm gonna get for Artbyte, considering there's only 17 hours left in Artbyte. And don't know if I'm actually gonna make the goal of 50, but we're gonna try. And we're gonna start with this character I found, Veldo by Wikiwaka. I'm probably not pronunciating that correctly, but you guys know how I am with that at this point. We are going to be doing them three-dimensionally, and because they're a pretty simple cuboidal being, it shouldn't take too long. Especially if we shortcut and don't care about how good our topology is. Honestly, this will probably only take a couple minutes. But I am still going to save the thing first, just in case. Control-C the name of the dude. In the beginning, default cube indeed. The default cube has already been deleted. This is the bestest, newly added cube primitive. Totally different. Alright. Saved. Just to double check, yep. Super simple design. We'll just duplicate this, drag it on the X, give it a mirror it on this. A little bit bigger. That looks to be correct. And we're going to just boop. Boop. Like so. And we can just just do that. Pull that in a bit. Do something similar for the inner part of the arms, because they got a little line of the inner line. And now, here's what I was talking about on cheating on having good topology. Because we are just going to take a cylinder. They originally introduced a game known as Lethal Company. Standard for reason one of them known as the... I've heard the name Lethal Company thrown around. I don't know, but there's like 2 games with very similar names that I have no idea which is which. I know one of them is like a co-op. You go into like different worlds to find things, and then the other one is, I think, a gacha waifu game. I don't know. Which one are you talking about? Bolilin? How did I mess that up? What? Why is this not... Okay. That genuinely, I don't know what happened there. Delete. A. Screwed in. SY. Even that back out. Okay. That there. What? Oh, I put it on the sphere. That's what the cylinder. Nutcracker has a very outrageous looking outside, looking at scale plaque with double barrel shot. Ah, yeah. So it's the co-op one is the one you're talking about. Not Bolivia the ones. Devil. Two levels. Made auto smooth. Okay, buy that one. I think I have seen the design of the Nutcracker one from the multiplayer one, because I think I saw like one person play it once a couple of months, maybe a year ago. Nice round sings to me on every time you see it, think of me. Yeah, I don't know, maybe because like I said, I think I did see someone play that at one point, so maybe that stuck subconsciously. I don't remember how long ago it was that I saw it though, so. But it is nice to know that I am on your brain even when you're not watching my streams. Soon I will infect your thoughts for all of time. Yeah. And you will continually boss baby things thinking it's actually Mogart reference. Yes. Add a Boolean. Add a bevel. Nope, not bevel. We can apply the mirror this one to a bevel. 2 letters. Select, edit, separate 2 parts, set origin to geo, Okay, that should do for that. Now we just need to do some basic shading and some very light animation, because I refuse to not animate at least slightly when I do a 3D attack, even though it would probably save me a lot of time if I didn't. It's not like this will be particularly complex. Materials, new. Though to save time and because it's not particularly complex, we won't do this one in cycles because EV will be faster. But we will activate Ray Trace. This, down to here, strength metallic, apply that to this, apply that to that, and give it a new one with a emission. Now let me briefly glance at that, more of a cyan blue than that, like that. Give that a value of, let's say, 5. There and sign that. Object edit. On this, we'll do that secondary material 2. Those, that, sign. Over here, edit this. Get out of the material. Boom. This and this parents to that. Now I just realized I didn't do a thing, so I'm going to very briefly hide Blender, because when I open shading, it does a thing that I don't like unless I fix it first. So now we're going to go into shading, and we'll bring you back. Here, like this, go bump, no, I want bump, okay, put the brick into the bump, and from the scale of this, we want to make a Bordolini, set it to Chernichev, or however you're supposed to say, just this, right here for a second, so I can see what's going on. Distance, take that off. I mean, I guess if that's what you want to regale me with, economical oddity of Poland's transition to the capitalist country. I mean, probably be something interesting in that. If you want to go off on that, feel free. Subdivision, couple layers, shade smooth, 4 layers here, add a new, that, fully metal, fully reflective, add light, sun, now in film, we are going to go film transparent, so we can do some fun compositing. Add camera. And then we're going to set the camera to be 1080 by 1080 square format, because that's what I've been doing pretty much all my attacks in. Adjust it to where you can see the reflection. Hide that. Put the sun. Up the exposure a little. Okay. This, we want to give it a bit more reflection. Then, actually, we will put in an environment, HDRI world, and then environmental, open, and I don't need to hide this from you. Desktop, polyhue, HDRI, and then we'll do the bus depot because that's decent for mechanical, and then lower the strength of it a little, and then we'll lower the roughness of this a little, like that. Now in compositing, toss this, and go this, and so you can see. Era of Common Era, here the baptized, blockchain, constitution, police, health office. Okay. Dramatic. Dramatic ab. Enable. A little. Add a lens. Fit. Like that. And right here we want rip. Light intensity, we'll give it some more cyan. Like that. Not the blur amount. Intensity. The early Abrahamic gods, more ideal of faith, is about being included group nation, also being that track so far. I am actually reading what you're saying because this is moderately interesting. This just as a 50 frame one here. Insert keyframe. Insert keyframe. Here, and then I did the keyframe at the start, so I'm going to go rotation 0, 0, 0, insert, and here, insert, and we'll copy that keyframe here. Goes a little off. That. keyframes. The first and last. Key Y forward. X. Insert. Rotate like this. Insert. Goes here. So. Here. Here. Options, King Poland, Celebration, Down TV, ton of farmlands, all. Minimal animation, but still. That's, you know, I'm not going to do the rim light, resolve that. Instead, add light, sun, linkage, like that, and give it a red tinge. We will actually lower the roughness just a little. Lower the roughness and this, move it forward just a touch. Layout, let's see what this looks. Good enough. We're going for quicker. Pulling and getting to produce these farmlands as long as we're produced. Send that to video, and then I should be in front of this. Hello, Jimbo. Am I in front of that enough? I don't know. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna hide that, and I'm gonna put this to where I'm putting it. File. Let me just copy the save as name. Back. We'll see. Cancel. And here. And we'll put this here. Name. Save. Save. Render. Animation. And then I'm gonna take. Actually set this to I think this would be yes. Okay. I have no idea why it's showing a little corner of OBS, but that is not actually updating what that's looking like. Okay, that idea did not work. So we're gonna put that back to that. And put it back where it's supposed to be, because that's the dude we're doing, and then we're going to hide that. Said hide that. And then it is rendered. Alright, the animation is done. Now I need to add watermark to that real quick. Also Testament, the entire territory of Poland. Now let me just come over here, click on that so it's on a different thing, and you know, it's in file, and then I can bring that back. Okay. King's Rolling Testament, the entire territory of Poland is divided between his two sons. Second king had to go on an interval. or internal, not in-law. Maybe. I don't know, sometimes I can't read. Military conflicts with other... military conflict with other right to rule Poland. Pick up the file, grab my mark. Here. MOGA. Thing. My version's fine. Put that in here. Put that in here. Dash space. Align to the thing. Split. Delete. Yes. Select the right one, please. Shrink that down to the corner. Adjust the opacity. And then we're going to say export. Control V. And then there, export it as a GIF, because it needs to be a GIF. And then we gotta wait for that to turn it into a GIF real quick. It shouldn't be this slow. There we go, and that's done. And I can put that file in the correct spot. And then I can come over to Artfight. Say attack. Control V. I did this on a stream trying to hit 50 attacks before this is over. If you're quick, I might still be on. It's not showing any text errors. Select the size, it's full body. It's a simple shape character, if I'm being honest. Drawing, 3D model, no base, self-produced texture, not rigged, no background, animated, partial. Then put in the GIF. GIF is put in. And that all looks correct. Get rid of the Artfight in the name there. Thing should be... confirm attack details, and... alright. Nearly 100 points. Nice. Wasn't Novinus Testament wrote that every time a king of those sub-kingdoms die, you need to divide the land for all of his sons. Terrible idea, but only... Alright, that attack is done. Do they have a social I need to yell at? They have on Blue Sky. I'll save that for after the stream is over, and I will bring you to the next person we are attacking. Because I have found a child of the Omnissiah. Why did my model just flip entirely around and twist inside out? What is going on? Why did it do that? What is going on? Why is my model wigging out? Really? Okay, that was weird. Don't know why that happened. Auto-tune is on. 6 to go indeed, and this one we are going to be doing as a 2D. So I need to get game open. And I have auto-tune on because it's an Adeptus Mechanicus. And fighting because of course Sub-Kingdom wanted to be the Poland, but Poland was also fragmented, and if that wasn't enough, one of the rulers of the Sub-Kingdom was brought to Nick order. We need to set this to be 0. Not a down 0. Now that's a not a 0. 0 is 0. Okay. Now I can bring you guys looking at this. Instead of looking at Blender, we're gonna look again. Okay. Layer, new layer. Now I need to get a look at his face. We're gonna do a bust shot. I need to just, that is not the right color. I need this not eraser. shape inside the shape. Coast to help fighting with the Prussians. Problem was that the Punic Order kind of didn't move out spot of being the Prussians. It wouldn't have been a problem if they started. Shift that into a proper box grill. Now we start on the proper vestments of Tech Store, an adept or whatever of Mechanicum. I read the lore earlier, but I didn't double check on it to brush up. Am I here? You know what they say.
Aspire to the purity of the machine. Something. Your kind cling to your flesh as though it were insect. The flesh is weak and the machine is eternal.
Deep dumpster. According to the damn produce coming out of Wutzla, this went on for another century. Still power Ronald, they never rose again. See if it is this part, so I'm just going like that. Echo on. Any tubes coming off? Okay, oh, that eye actually has a secondary lens up here. I actually remember really liking this guy's lore, something about a tech priest that wasn't actually fully consumed by the Mechanicus dogma and was actually like, I think they had like, it was a whole ragtag group together with this guy. And I think there was like a Sister of Battle, a random lost space marine, and I think a Tau Fire warrior of all things, which like, the fact that you got a Sister of Battle and a space marine well, I mean, depends on the chapter for Marine, but a sister of battle to willingly work with the Xenos filth? Crazy. Crazy. But hopeful in a way, which that galaxy definitely needs, although it will likely not prevail. Around Marston Layer, Big One having Seapole and Lithuania try to die with each other, and circumstance creating Lithuania. I can do an actual, like, full-on tech priest voice, but I have to have Audacity and After Effects to do it. I can't just do my thing here. I can put, if I turn my echo down, nope, that's up. If I have just a bit of echo engaged, can I have, nope, I can only have auto-tune or echo, not both. Sad. Okay. I think we'll leave it auto-tune instead of echo. Preferably I'd have both for a tech priest. Are they a full-fledged tech priest or not? I don't remember. I will check and tell you that when I upload their attack. By the way, I think we're already ready to jump into the fleshifying. Oh yeah, you guys don't even see the pop-up where I'm changing my flesh color, do you? Oh well. Also the closest thing to the Queen of Poland, so the Union Dublin was made, basically joining up in British recognized some historians where Poland was able. The rival Germany's mind during that time, with a many bad choices of ability, Poland was falling off even though Lithuania won the land back. And suddenly, I dropped the auto-tune and Poland got... versatility. Great, everyone say thank you, Dodge Burn. You were super useful. That is socket area. Area border looking nasty. There's dead priests. Don't look too good by my reckoning. They got all kinds of problems in their flesh vessels. That's why they reject the flesh. Sweet, more sweet days as you found by home 5 years straight, and that was enough. Or sweet one or sweet is yeah, I read that. Okay, this. Start giving him a face. Ottomans reached Europe 20 years later, also led you win the first time Polish Hussars you may know about, the Battle of the From this. How much do I actually know about the Hussars? The only thing that's immediately jumping to my mind about them is they inspired the one Elden Ring enemy, but beyond that, push to here. Give him an eyelid. Because even in the grim darkness of the far future, where many are not allowed to blink, those that wear the red robes of Mars get to choose if they want to be able to blink at least. So many decide blinking is a irrelevant extravagance. And compare it into the virtual machine. Moving on, tired century points from the end of the year. Yeah. Also, I need to back up a touch. Here and a new layer. Do this on a new layer. glance at it again. I mean, character model doesn't show him having eyebrows, and it makes sense for Mechanicus to not have eyebrows. Just as much as it makes sense for Mechanicus to have anything. I think I will take this. So for this. Something like that. Properly, tortuously unhappy fleshman. Then culminated into Sentinel 2, following a bet in Russia, St. Petersburg depart to Poland, join them into their borders. Oof. New layer. Start with this for metal texture. Brush with and run here. Like so. And do this. Ability at duration long time after taking care of something happy. Constitution May 3rd happened where a ton of change made because they had like a couple centuries of change. Minimal blurring on the edges. So, and we'll take here, and we'll correct it. Now, paintbrush just a little, or airbrush just a little. That. little bigger. Way too late though. See your second precision won't have the same offender that third popped on and it disappeared off the maps completely. Yeah, doesn't Poland like not exist actually? Everyone just thinks it does. This color. Like so. Now we do the Vox grill. Yeesh. That. That. Airbrush again. And something down here to tone-wise. This. And do I probably heard about new scenes build people watching and Yeah, it does not seem like we'll catch a single break. Haunted Haven. Yeah. I'm sad Arfight ending happy with all that I've been able to do this year. 2 animated attacks by Taos. Ooh. What do you mean your file has 4,400 layers? Have you been doing it all on one image file? Because if so, that's crazy. But yeah, I have greatly enjoyed Arfight this year. It's... Jeez, okay, yeah, I definitely haven't been doing that. I've been doing my Arfight on, you know, different files for each thing. But yeah, it has been very fun. Honestly, regret not doing it last year now that I know what it's been like. In and the Red Army is coming close to Wistris. The Capital Warsaw did 3 years they've been on a yearly file, 7 animated ones for different files. Yeah, especially if you're doing anything animated, I would recommend having it be a different file. Like, I know you're probably doing, or I mean, I think you're probably doing 2D animation, but as opposed to 3D. But either way, you'd want it. Yeah, I would say putting on a different file would be the good move. Two style uprising method. Now we just tell players to want for Poland to win. So they just waited out when the Poles lost it. Then they came through the river. Continue. Yeah, I've tried to do 2D animation once or twice, but I hate to draw the same thing more than once or twice. I hate to draw the same thing more than like once or twice. So animating anything in 2D is, I don't know how people do it. I mean, I know how physically, I know the techniques and technology, and I find them really cool and impressive, but I don't know how people can actually stand to do it. More power to those that can, though. I want to do 2D animation, but like I said, it's nails on chalkboard for me. So when I try, I always hate it. I mean, that one why is that set to top chat? Hang on. Okay, the thing I was reading the chat on was set to top and not live. That's why it was delayed for me reading it. A year later, World War II ended, but we have put years. You may know. In the communist problem, we're very free of process yet. Not as much as I probably should know, if I'm being honest. But yeah, I know to some extent at least. Draw the exact same characters over and over to ID cards that are from software. Yeah, I mean, why do I keep saying yeah? I mean, but yeah, that's part of the reason why I haven't made like a bunch of art. Probably the reason why I shy away from doing OCs as much, because, which I mean, RFID is helping me with, but I don't like to draw the same thing over and over, like I said, so 2D animation throws me, but it is really cool to see no matter how it's done. About 40 years, of course, getting better after Sloan's death, very slowly, gradually, and then 97, truly free, even updating his constitution. I want to put the cog details on his hood, but the character design, the character doesn't have that. Which I think it's like a rank thing in the Mechanicus. I haven't delved as deep into them as I have some of the other factions, even if I do really like the Mechanicus and the vibes. But I think the cogs are a rank thing, so I think he's supposed to not have them. Yeah, okay. Now we do the metal block thing. Okay, I'm seeing in the stream feed. Okay, now they're popping up in the chat window. Okay, that was weirdly delayed. To the informed 9 nations, form a year later, European Union, symbolic into the history of. Interesting. Oh, remember we recently did show off your attack to Ophelia and the Knights? We showed them earlier, but some reason Discord refused to send it, but they thought it was cool. I'm glad. I'm glad. Talking about the entire history of Poland to change topic. Don't like doing 2D. You try to do something different than frame by frame. Then they started talking about this one book series called Redguard, I think. I need to look. I think I've heard of Redguard before. I think it was like a warrior mice thing. I don't heard that mentioned like a long time ago. But I'm glad that they liked it. And as for why you started talking about the history of Poland, I think you just showed up and said, hey, you want to hear about the history of Poland? And I was like, sure. And as for something about you don't like do 2D, something different than frame by frame? Yeah, well, I like doing 2D art too. I mean, that's why I'm kind of bouncing back and forth between them on this, but it's doing 2D animation that messes with me. I don't know, maybe if I can figure out how to like I don't know if it'd be easy or not. The wobble the pseudo animation you see when people post manga panels and stuff. No, red wall showing a part of Ophelia first. Red wall. Yeah, that's the old item pickup sound from Monster Hunter before 5th gen onwards. Used to be that's what played whenever you pick something up. That's why it's the item sound effect. European animals and armor. Yeah, I thought it was something like that. It was. There's a couple things like that. I'm trying to remember details on that, but it's always a fun. Oh, Moss. I might be thinking of Moss, which I need to play that at some point. My sister keeps recommending it to me. You have to be trolling because the amount of times I've talked about Monster Hunter, but if you want me to go on a spiel about Monster Hunter, I will. But just know that if you do that, you are opening up the special interest TM ramblings. So, yeah. Heck, actually, we're hearing Monster Hunter music right now. I have the Wii plugged in for the music from Tri. But yeah, it is, like I said, probably my favorite game franchise and something that has been pretty near to me for a very long time, considering. Oh yeah, I love the Monster Hunter designs, and grabbing snacks when I was yapping about the history of Born 4 minutes, never tired of dialogues. Alright. But yeah, the monster designs in Monster Hunter are fantastic. Not just, So one of the things I love about Monster Hunter the most is they put in the extra mile in even the oldest of games to make the world feel real, right? Because it's not like it's a video game. I mean, it is obviously a video game, but it feels like a real place. It's like, even, like I said, even in the old PSP handheld games, you go to the edge of the map and stare out. There's other of the monsters, like, on the hill across the river, grazing in the grasslands. There's snakes that'll slither through the bushes and stuff. You go to the villages, and there's people roaming around, talking with each other and existing. It feels real in a way that a lot of games try to, but very few actually, that I've played at least, actually hit, even in the oldest ones. And another part of that is because, well, yes, it does have, giant, crazy monsters with elemental powers, except for Elder Dragons, and even with a little bit with Elder Dragons, it grounds those powers in biology. Like, everything that does crazy elemental things has various, like, glands and sacs that do those things, right? Kurapeko is a fantastic example. I was talking about this a while back. Kurapeko, which I did a Kurapeko OC during our fight, but they produce, in addition to, okay, so what part of Kurapeko do I want to talk about first? So their chest sac, that they can inflate it to, have a bunch of extra oxygen into their lungs, or like a secondary lung system that they can use to make a lot of noise quickly and loudly, which they can use to either buff themselves through bioenergy, which we'll get to, but also to call in other larger monsters. And basically, okay, I just summoned a significantly more powerful monster by basically issuing either a distress or a challenge roar, and then it runs away and you've got to deal with that. But for how it does its fire attacks, Kurapeko's has a flammable mucus and a flint-like structure on its wing hammer things that it smacks together. So it doesn't just breathe fire, which, I mean, some of them do, but even then it's through glandular reactions. Barring Elder Dragons, but Elder Dragons are the exception. When it'll spit its mucus at you and clack its wing hammers together to spark it. Brachydios' explosions aren't just like, okay, so the Tale of the Five, because yes, there actually is a creation myth. Unfortunately, I don't actually have it memorized, and I don't want to go Google it, but there is actually a creation myth. Story of basically 5 dragons forming the various parts of the land by But the beginning for me with Monster Hunter is the game you're hearing the music for, Monster Hunter Tri, which I started playing Tri before I was fully able to read. Like, obviously I could read a little bit, but I was like first, second grades? Like, it was really young when I first started playing Tri. And it stuck with me a lot. Especially, like I said, because they put in the effort to make the world feel real. You know? You wander around the deserted island in Moog Woods. The monsters don't just stand there waiting to attack you. I mean, they do start attacking immediately in the older games because aggro mechanics weren't as advanced, but Ultoroth will, the insect ant, the giant small dog-sized ants will go to out of the random bush up to a mushroom cluster, eat their collection sac in their abdomen will expand, and then they'll go back to their nest. And all these hundreds of thousands of little details that come together, it makes you feel, plus, you know, the story is told of the ecosystem, it makes you feel like it is a living, breathing ecosystem that you, the hunter, are a part of. You know, you're not legendary, you know, John Skyrim, the world is essentially a game for you. I mean, you know, I say that it is a game. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it is a video game. I understand that, but you know, and while the player character is an exceptional hunter, at least you know you don't give up and you know, rage with the game because you don't understand it or anything. But while you're a hunter, right? This is a profession, a livelihood, a lifestyle, and a civil kind of civic duty. And hunters aren't just, you know, running around slaying things willy-nilly too. There is a whole like code of ethics and balance with nature thing going on. Sure, in the games you hunt 30 million Legicris to make a new pair of pants, but in terms of the actual, you know, lore, you hunt one or two at most because they're way too close to a village, threatening shipping lanes, causing huge problems, and potentially throwing the balance of the local ecosystem out of whack. Even in the quest where it's like, you know, arrogant princess wants a pet rat, wants you to go capture a pet monster, right? Streaming month for like a week, and while I was watching stream, it fixed itself for some reason. I'm glad I can randomly heal your ear, apparently. Because that sucks. I mean, it sucks that your ear was messed up, not that I healed it. The context, the premise, and the story, the little parts in this order. Okay, so the context of Monster Hunter is that this world has humans. It has Wyverians, which are kind of essentially the Monster Hunter equivalent of elves, but think more like slightly more reptilian than elf, mixed with a little bit of like Pandora Na'vi. You've got Travarians, which are basically the dwarf equivalent. You've got the various feline races, which are basically cats or cat-adjacent creatures, and so on. You have a handful of sentient species, and then you have the world at large, which has regular animals, but also giant megafauna that are collectively referred to as monsters. They're broken down into different types, which both... And the way they're broken down is actually interesting, because the way it's classified to you as the hunter is different than how it's classified, like, scientifically. Because as a hunter, you're given, this is a brute wyvern. And you're told that because, well, most brute wyverns do share a common lineage, some point back evolutionarily. Everything that's classed as a brute wyvern has a similar body shape and a roughly similar hunting style, or fighting style, you know? Everything that's classed as a flying wyvern, you can reasonably assume has wings and some degree of flight to some extent, and will move like a flying wyvern. Even if they don't, they're not one-to-one with each other, of course. But at the end of the day, these aren't, fantasy video game magic. Well, they are fantasy video game, but they're not, magic monsters that are there just because there's loot in the dungeon and there's got to be monsters to guard the loot. They are animals in this world. And like with real life, except even more so considering that there are, up to mountain-sized giant snake dragons, but in more general terms like car to small house-sized monsters just everywhere. You need to be able to deal with that, and especially if sometimes these things can have disastrous consequences to the ecosystem at large if they're in places they're not supposed to be, or say, it's breeding season for some of them and their rut rage has spilled out or what have you. And so hunters exist to help maintain the balance with nature, protect villages, but also poaching is not a thing. If poaching is a thing, if you poach, the guild sends knights after you, and you do not want to have the guild knights come after you because you don't. If the guild knights are after you, you're not there. You don't exist anymore. Essentially, the guild knights are very good at their job, and poaching is a huge offense because upsetting the balance of nature is a colossal no-no. Partly because it is actually a post-apocalyptic world. Because there used to be several, at least one, probably several, ancient, highly advanced civilizations that fell during the Elder Dragon War, which segues us into Elder Dragons. And Elder Dragons are the thing that breaks the mold. Right? Everything else has a believable in context biological reason for the way it is, right? All of the fire-breathing monsters have chemical sacs that they can produce flame with, so on. Elder Dragons are we don't understand how this works at all, and they are living disasters. Some of them have some explanation for how their abilities function, but at the same time, Elder Dragons are we don't know how this works. There works to, at least to the same extent we know for the other monsters. And they're insanely powerful. With some, they're the top tier monsters of the setting, with very few non-Elder Dragon monsters being able to contend with Elder Dragons. And, the strongest things in the verse being the strongest of Elder Dragons. Again, less Game of Thrones because there were not really any politics. It's actually, do I want to leave that? I think I might lighten up in the corner, but there are different villages and things in a couple of major cities, but for the most part, everything runs through the guild, or the Hunters Guild. They're essentially the closest thing to a uniting government that everything has. And, like I said, the main focus is keeping the balance with nature, because when nature can hit you with, again, literal mountain-sized snake dragon, that's one of them, Dalmadur, you gotta respect nature. When, if you accidentally upset the balance of the ecosystem and 30 things down the chain of that, you accidentally cause a Devil Joe to show up and it eats and destroys everything. Not good. And you, in all of the games, play as a monster hunter. Usually in most of them you start out as a rookie hunter, but in more recent games, the newer gen ones, you start out as a more experienced hunter so they can justify throwing you into new places. But you do research the various monsters to some extent, though it's mostly through the medium of hunting them down and either slaying or capturing them. But you work together with researchers. Oh yeah, the world building for Monster Hunter is 90% the biology and the ecology of the world. In more recent games, they focus a bit more into story and a bit more into like the history of the world, expanding on the post-apocalypse thing of it, but or post-apocalypse, I guess. But the main focus of Monster Hunter, and in some ways the main character of Monster Hunter, is the world and the monsters therein. And that is like the thing that gets fleshed out the most and has the most love put on it from the various devs and all that. Something like that. Then filter blur goes. Now I will try that. Another. This, but I want to do some more shade or shadow shading. At some point, I need to find a video that I watched a long time ago and rewatch it on Moga Extra to talk about it, because it sums up my feelings about Monster Hunter very well. And the title of the video is something like, I'm a working man in another world, or I am like patriotic for another world, or something like that. I can't remember anymore. But for me at least, and for having been a Monster Hunter for most of my life, it genuinely does feel like that to some extent, right? Like, this is a world that you are immersed in, you are a part of. You, as much as any other thing here, are a part of this place. And while yes, you do swing around a sword larger than your body to fight, giant dragons and things, it's surprisingly grounded despite that. Like, there is magic adjacent in the form of bioenergy and things, but it's all like but the magic is supportive, right? Bioenergy enables things to be super massive, and it makes the nutrients more effective in like plants and stuff more effective, and it lets you shove this plant into this mushroom and mix that with honey, and you have a healing potion. I would highly recommend anyone who has, the means to get into Monster Hunter. So another thing that helps supports the, you being a part of this world thing is there's not like a level up system in Monster Hunter, right? It's kind of an RPG, but is commonly compared to like Soulsborne games, to where sure you get better weapons and armor as you progress, but the main method of getting stronger is learning the game. You know, learning how these monsters move, learning how they behave, and learning how your weapons of choice work with that. Right? Do you go for the slower, heavier hitting weapons and wait and set up for that perfect moment to land your devastating hit? Or do you go for the faster, more dynamic weapons and more of the things that are in between? Now I need to grab my photo mark because I think this is about good. Yay! Alright, our background. Move that down. Scale. And then I'm going to pull that to behind there. Here. Now a bit more so the A is visible. And when it comes to the Monster Hunter games, there is a kind of a hard line in how they function and play between what are referred to as, like in the community, old world and new world games, even though technically, you know, Wilds and Rise aren't in the new world. And it's basically the jump to modern gen gaming. But it changes a decent chunk of the mechanics, not massively, but in a way some people will notice and harp on at times. Alright, I think that's good. Me over here, grab the dude's username, say file export as, export it to folder, dude's name, thing S, and then character name, Jerry Rig, Mirror, Bloom, exports, and then that should do. Okay. I think you've asked something akin to that before, but again, this is the, like, you know, not liking people in general, but not, you know, hating because of, you know, factor of group, but just not liking crowds or something like that. Again, that's one of those very iffy conversations. Let me upload this to Artfight, this, so that there. Click, right click when you work these, rename, Control C, close that. Yeah, I mean, that is understandable. Like, you might not think from this I'm not that much of one either. I mean, I made this on stream. If you see this soon enough, I might still be live. Smile emoticon. Hue, size, add bust shots, drawing, clean, painted, fully shaded, no simple. Now we'll click polish because I did spend a decent amount of effort on that one. Put them on point. Oh, I have a message. Hang on, notifications. Comment from, let me see. that was the one we just did. Nice. Alright. Let me bring y'all to looking at art fights. Because we are now going to do this robot character. Again, it should be relatively simple to three-dimensionalize. Let me come back over to Blender. Close that rendering page. File, new, general. Delete the default cube and stuff. Shading, clean that. Clear that out. And then file, save as. And then it is Adam Crow. Oh, you get to making very complex and complex sentences and vocabulary multi-media message. Alliteration can be fun, yes. Alliteration can indeed be fun. Sometimes I will do so, often as a means for humor. Copy that, over here, Control V. Now we put art, type, start, save as. Now bring y'all over to looking at Blender. It does have a bit of a Portal look to it. But it is another nice and simple robot character that shouldn't be too annoying to model. Actually, you know what? We'll start from a cube. Add mesh cube. And okay. 2 seconds there. Okay. Do that a subdivision. .avi files. Not familiar with that file format off the top of my head. I know I've heard it at some point. Or at least I should have heard it at some point. And everything, but it's not immediately recognizing. You know, that's gonna bug me. Hang on. Hang on. AVI file type. What is this? No, it's a video. Oh, right. Video codec. I knew it was something familiar. I knew I had heard that. I don't use AVI too much. I think Blender has the ability to export as AVI. Normally, I just use the various MP formats, or PNG, or... Can it do AVI video? I mean, I'll leave that on video because I'm anyway, but... okay. Definitely better than XMB, that's for sure. It's major B for the XMB format. Bad with WebP or WebC files. Whew. Okay, if it's worse than WebP, it's gotta be bad. inset here. Here, so there. And hide that. Hide that. Boolean. First off, MB file, hope you don't run fast enough on the net dash. That's bad on your friends, you have like one man with a license, so neighbor need more advice. Yeah, you sound like you had a strong. Hopefully you're not smelling toast. Dude, again, I really hope you're screwing with me, because if not, hospital. Because that is not even remotely beginning to approach good, or healthy, or safe, or anything like that. Alright, that helps a little. Somehow, not mess it up. Clean up. Better? No. Okay, we're just restart this, because I'm gonna mess that up in the start. Okay. Why did that make me flinch? Should not have made me flinch, but it did. Seen Chicken Little in a dog age? Yeah, it does remind me of Chicken Little a little bit more, but it's not Chicken Little's not the one it reminds me of most. It's Meet the Robinsons. Oh, that's... Yeesh. I'm sorry. I don't know what I was saying than that, but I'm sorry, but... It's not good for a number of reasons. Green and Red Skull recently. Last dream I remember having was having to pack for like a day trip to a desert, but I couldn't bring my pocket knife, even though I wanted to, because the TSA would take it for some reason. Which I have no idea why I was dreaming about that, but like, I did. I've never even been through TSA, so I don't know why that was on my brain. RGB skull. Oh, an RGB skull? That makes a little more sense. It was a gamer skull. Three different color. Sorry. More like Doom checkpoint keys than okay. Yeah, like if you're feeling bad, feel free to turn the stream off and go to bed. And in fact, I encourage you to do so. I don't think you should be screaming as much. I know you're probably just saying that for the bit, but I think for this one, we're just gonna have it be a static image. Yeah, we're not gonna animate this one. I don't feel like it, especially considering my topology is probably pretty butt. That said, relatively on model, more so than I was worried about before. Second here, we got red. Roughness way down, I'll hit edit. Sign. And then this. Plus new darker on the top of this sign. Also, for the about 10 other people who are here silently, and if you want to actually say hi instead of being freaks lurking in the dark. I'm just saying it's a little weird. I am mostly jesting, of course. if you guys just want to watch silently and not remark upon yourselves, feel free to do so, of course. First creature in Spore. Oh, I love And if it wasn't for the fact that Spore likes to show your file names, including your name, I would play some more Spore on stream at some point. But yeah, when I realized that Spore does that, but honestly, I haven't played Spore in a long time. Probably why I like doing 3D modeling, though. Yep. Actually, no, Spore is why I started doing 3D modeling. I remember now. Yeah. Z, add mesh plane. Now we do a little bit of shading on you. We go brick texture. Actually did something cool, but not what it is. Here we do brick. And then from scale, we want the Vortellini. And we want that to be this one. I find a notification, check, there's nothing. Honestly, not surprising it's the last thing. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, at the same time, the one we did at the very start of this stream, already he saw it and left a thing saying cool, so I'm probably going to respond to them once the stream's over. If they're not already in stream, and if you are in stream, I'd appreciate it if you'd say hi. But, and I do hope you like it. Mix A. Not here. Oh, why are you lagging on me? Blender? Okay. I was worried you were going to try and crash on me. I do not want that. Ooh, but you're trying to crash on me for some reason, aren't you? Why are you... Oh, that's the problem. Disconnect that. Give it a second. There we go. Playing Blood Bacon voicemail with friend. I want to reach wave 100. That's playing on spot. Hey, when I get monetized, I will use, or Patreons. When I get monetized, Patreons or gainful employment, I will get Blood and Bacon and I will play it with you. we go. And this we'll do wave. Here. Environmental, open thing, HDRI, and then we'll do colorful studio for this, why not? I don't know if that would help or not. I don't think it does. But I very much appreciate the thought. And that there, that's GP, that's 5, that's 5, that denoise on. GPU, compositor, denoise, GPU, persistent data, /3, the render thingamabobber, but whatever, performance settings, okay, now that lens, if I give it transmission, and then shading. On about again. You were talking about how you thought turning off ad blocker for my channel would help, and almost maybe it does. I don't know if YouTube actually tracks that or not. I don't think it does, but it could. And I do greatly appreciate the thought behind it, regardless of whether it does. Honestly, I have to see what 8 pages costs, because if 8 pages is either free or one of those ones that like is a once I get monetized thing, I do kind of want to try it, if for no other reason than I think it'd be funny. Because, and one of the very few times I've actually had a friend in the real world, when we were both a fair bit younger, they were actually convinced Slender Man was real, or either they were, or they were messing with me by making me think that, and making me think that they thought it. And then my parents were like, no, it's a creepy story on the internet, you're being stupid. Which makes their betrayal with the King and Yellow thing even more, now that I think about it. That is subdivision not showing up. Subdivision surface, there we go. Ratio 1080. Okay, save. Now in this to viewport so we can see what we're seeing. This, turn that on camera. New. First we want to pop down bloom. Lower the strength of it a little. Actually, let's see what green light looks on this. Ooh. Yes, dark humor. And lens distortion. Vine boom, yes. That. Another bloom, but instead of bloom, we'll do sunbeam. Very low strength. That's like another chromatic. Yeah. So, and then maybe. More character average for next year. Don't want to make too many more characters to add to your vast collection. There we go. You know what? I think with that lower, I think we'll have it slightly. I mean, in the words of an ogre, like that'll ever happen. But if for some reason either you're in America or I'm in Poland, because I think you said you're in Poland, and I ever go, face public. Maybe. And I think I'll set that to we'll just do that at 25 frame. Have a little bit of a static effect. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. And now we will just zoom over here. And I will hide this from you guys because paranoia. Even if it's entirely unreasoned. Over the video. Alright, first save as, then we copy the name from the save as. Control C. And over here, put this where we put this. Control V. Accept. Render. Animation. And click back to here. And then I can let you guys see it again. thing. See our hit take on it again while it renders. And it's very short, so it should be rendered pretty quick. But like, I don't know. If I ever, tell you what, if I ever, for some reason, somehow vacation to Poland, I'll say hi. Come say hi then. I don't know. Or like if I ever go to the convention center or something as me, you know, and we'll see about it from there. Okay, that's rendered. Now to turn that to a GIF. Video, grab the thing we just did. Wait for this to load because I honestly need to clear up all of the old takes from the various things I do because that is slowing that way down. Join that. Put that into the thing. Line the watermark up with it. Close that. Export. Export as GIF. Rename the thing. Exporte. And then we go to Art Fight. Attack. Control V. I made this on a live stream. If you see this soon enough, I might still be live. An image. Downloads there. Take that, put that into the Arclight Attacks folder. Now we take it, upload the GIF, type, 3D modeling, no base, self-produced texture, not rigged. I had Entropy 02 for the first time. Tried some parts with things. Entropy 02. I guess I'll call that animated background because there is some animation and just the wiggling of it. Well, no, it's not really animated. It's just got the filter effect, so I'll leave that off. That size is full body. That should all be good. 110 points. Nice. Oh, I have another notification. What is it? Oh, I know it's the comment already I left there. That is attack for 46. So we might actually manage to hit 50 tonight if we keep pace. We'll see. And the next one should go by pretty quick because we're doing another Worm on the String. And those go by super fast. So I'll let you look at this person, Dove Coca-Cola's Worm on a String character while I set up the next blend file because we're doing this as a blender. Let me save the one we were just on. File, new, general. Delete the default. I'll let the default cube stay for a second. Hide that. Come over to file, save as. And then come back over here. We select the person's name. Again, I need Blender here. Art 5. person's name. Plus S space. Of Fluffy Worm. Control C. Back to render. Here. Control V. Good. Save as. Layout. Good. Now I bring you guys back to Blender, and you can see me banish the default cube onto the Shadow Realm. Just to add in an entirely different default cube, such as the way. Okay, let me get a little look at the character model. Fairly standard one. We're just gonna go beep, zoop, widen that slightly. Slap a subdivision surface. Shrink down that, shrink down that. Alright. Loop right here and there, so it bends a bit better. One wave releases, tells you unknown. Releases in 2016. Version 100 comes out in 28 releases. Hey! Yeah, I mean, I still gotta check out Casualties Unknown. I'm just meaning to try the demo of it before it becomes unavailable. I just haven't yet. Because that one did look fun. Save, and then got two little triangle things, and then the eyes with the eye mesh. So that mesh cylinder. My earbuds fell out. I can't hear myself if I don't have my earbuds in. That's the way my system works. There, shrink, move that over. How can I know if my audio is actually audioing? I mean, presumably you guys would tell me if I just randomly ended up muted for a second or two, but who knows? Alright, let's do that. And then it is the outer edge that's long. So, and then how many lash lumps are there? 3 other lash lumps, okay. One, 2, 3. 2D. Yeah, you
Hello there.
Hey, Moo Moo. It's alright. You're here now? So, you're all good? Wazza! Yes, whoa, that... Okay. Someone left a comment on one of my things. Who is saying what on where? Who is saying what on where? Where is the comment, actually? What? Who is saying this where? Ah. It was on the owl character I did. Okay. Give the game a thumbs. If it will process. Heart. I'm live. Let YouTube process the fact that I'm trying to reply to them for a second, please. There we go. Alright. And close that. back to that window on this, and here, and then back to worm. Yeah, they got 3 things here, and this shrinks in, that's right there. Put that in. There we go. Now I can give this 2 different colors. One will be the standard white shiny. Another one of that. I duplicated it. Make it dark. Edit. Select the eye. Select all of this. Sign. Hide that. Select all that. Sign that there too. Alt H. And go to right here. Shade that smooth. Do a single subdivision. Apply. Shrink it down a little. Up, over. Gear modifier. Onto this. And the eyes are about like so. Get further off. Now we add the nose triangles. Which are about halfway, so right there. Give that a subdiv 2. Edit. Shift E. There we go. Shade smooth. Hi! Yeah. Yeah. Hey, I mean, if you want to start working on some now, get at least... Hello, Vile Plume Dude. But yeah, if you, Mumu, if you want to start working on one while you listen to me, try to get at least one more done before our fight's over. Bring that to mesh. Convert that to mesh. Shade that smooth. And convert it to mesh. Most chatters in the stream. I think I've had 1 or 2 streams where there's at least 4 people, but hey, it's great to have at least someone else saying hi. And then Emesis Blue. I've seen Emesis Blue. I thought I referenced Emesis Blue. There's 13 people here. There's only 3 people actually talking, because the rest of you are cowards. Cowards who fear my gaze. Not even a voice filter. I can just do that. Anyway. Shading. Color ramp. And this one should be fairly easy because I can just do that and then wave and set it to the right axis. Then pop that out so it doesn't get messed up by the thing moving around. Then drop the scale a bit, about right there. Detail up and some distortion. That looks to be about correct to the worm. Hello, Real Again. Yeah, well, normally this would be about the time we end streams, but honestly, I'm gonna keep pushing until I hit until either I am too tired to continue or I hit 50 attacks. Because honestly, I set the goal of doing 50 attacks at the start of our fight, and I actually have a chance of hitting that. So we're gonna try and hit that. Housing goes on in section 8 with Alice control certain parts. Okay, I know that's a reference to something. I feel like I know what that's a reference to, but it's not clicking in my head at the moment. So would you tell me what that is a reference to, please? Because that sounds familiar, and I don't... /3. Resistant data. And we set curves to be viewport display a strip. And then here we mess with the hair shape. Don't remember Mail01 from Gmod said it though. Oh, it's Half-Life. It's Half-Life. I know that, even though I haven't actually played Half-Life, but character from Gmod, so I'm presuming it's ported from Half-Life. It sounds like it's ported from Half-Life, so. Do my final attack right now? Gonna attack yourself? Oh my... I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you. And once you get it done, let me know, because if the stream's still going, I will definitely give you a shout out. And then I will give everyone, and then, you know, after our fight's done tomorrow and I'm back home from the thing I got tomorrow, I will make a art fight mega compilation going through both everything you've attacked me with and everything I've attacked with, and become a part of the Dragon Mode. I am genuinely surprised, although I realize I shouldn't be surprised at how many people took that dragon line and ran with it, which, thank you for. All of them have been really cool, and I'm excited to see what you do now. Interpolated, and we'll do 10 for both, and clumping, just a little. Roughness, get a little bit of random in there. And then give it a 10 segment for better floopingness, aerodynamic, and goal strength of 0.1. And it looks weird now, but if I hit play for a second, especially if it was moving, but set this to, we'll do 100 frames for this one. Gonna attack you with a hot iron. I have no idea what Moon was talking about beyond Star Wars, question mark? Yeah, please elaborate on whatever that was about. And we give this curve modifier. Put it through the curve. It's not doing what it's supposed to. There we go. Put the curve before the hair. Now we on everything the curve. And I hide the hair, make sure that's still lined up. Select all of this, like that. Join. And then object edit. Control select this to make sure it's only that part that the hair affects. We will give it a group. Assign just the body part to the group. Tree stuff looks confusing. Yeah, it takes a bit to figure it out and to get used to it. But once you start to understand Blender, the learning curve starts to make sense. But like Blender has like a step and then a learning curve. But once you start on that, start going through the curve of it, it'll start to make sense. That probably doesn't make sense, but you know. There, whoa. Okay, then we drag arm to be facing there at the start. We insert keyframe at the very start, go to the end. That there, insert keyframe, Actually, we need to back it up slightly. Insert keyframe. There causes a little bit of shenanigans. Oh, that works. Boy. Okay, hang on. Do I have chat pop down on the window? No, I don't. Well, so go here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. In other words, I just wasted your time. Okay. 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 Put 5 there instead of that. See how that works. Alright, the hair stays mostly, but the eyes are still covered by it. So object edit. There.
No. 07. It is you who does not know the power of the dark side.
Because I can. Okay, and actually I am going to turn gravity of this simulation down. Field weights, lower gravity. And let's see how that worms, fluffy worms all over the worm. And we actually want to make that fluff a little smaller, so about like that. There we go. And actually on the shading, we will say instead of generated, we'll do that as a window and see if that messes with things. If I up the scale or not. No, I don't want to do that. Okay. Just leave it at object, but we will mess with the scale. Oh, it's still. No actual tragedy jokes or Pearl Harbor jokes, please. No kamikaze jokes. If you're gonna do the "it was me" Barry thing, keep it a little bit more civil than that, please. I don't want to have to ban you. Mainly because I'd have to figure out how to ban you. Alright, shading, object, world, environment, and we'll do Colorful Studio again. So here, HDRI. And over here, on film, we want to turn transparent. Okay, now that is within what intolerable it was me jokes. But also, how dare you? I don't even play in Halo, and I know that was handled incredibly poorly. Okay, compositing. There's Apple Bloom. Here. Always. Add that. Now add a light camera, light sun. Here, the intensity of that. So down like right there. Give it a more softer yellow. Do lens distort just a little. And I want to slap any other filters on this. Maybe paint filter. This size like 5. Oh, poor Peanut. You'll never take the Peanut sculpture away from us. Next Snappy Boy is still Peanut in our hearts. I think that's good. So we shall set that to video. And I'm gonna hide you guys from the screen for a second. Control save. And file, save as. Copy the name. There, put it to the right folder, Control V, accept, render on a nope, not image, I want render animation, put that to a different thing, bring y'all back to C, and now we wait for a worm to slowly move around and it to render that. You can hear my joint crunches. Actually, I'm gonna get some water while we wait. Because this is one of those rare times I actually thought to bring water to stream. Hydration. And that did the kerfungling of my tracking again. Okay. I'm gonna have to fix that. Okay. Okay, that should be good. Worm's about halfway wormed. I love getting you guys with that. I don't use it too often, so it's a surprise. Let's check. Let me go to the page of the thing over here. Refresh that. And I'll bring you guys over here. We are now on attack. The one that's currently rendering will be attack 47. So 3 more after this. We can do this. We can actually hit 50 attacks. Also, I hope some of you guys will go check out the video I did for this one because I really liked this one, but the algorithm basically ignored the video for this one. Anyway. Alright, are we done rendering yet? Or we're on frame 178, or sorry, frame 79, frame 80, 81. Yeah, the spaceship attack is definitely up there in terms of the ones I like. This is the GIF version, so its quality's a little crunch, but I am really proud of how this one turned out, and I hope they like it. Alright, are we done rendering yet? No, couple more frames. But yeah, I do think I have definitely improved over the course of like, NANI? Yeah, I mean, I'm the one I did for Jester in the chat, their Ophelia character I do really like. Check the Discord? Okay, let me see what's going on in the Discord. What's on that general? Really? 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 That doesn't work on that. Okay. I'm gonna make you listen to auto-tune now. It's what you deserve. Anyway, that should be rendered. And now that that's rendered, we need to convert it into a GIF. And once that has been converted into a GIF, we will attack. So we need to grab the worm, open it into the thing, put it under the watermark, and then hit export as GIF, and control V, and then remove the frame numbers, and then export it as a GIF, and then this better not be another trophy. Okay.
Nope.
Okay. But then again, I do like this one solely for how much Via started cackling when I did it. Cause like I did this one while Via was midstream, and I was being ominous vague posting about it, being like, "It is beginning. It is charging. 12% out of 100." So on, it was funny. Alright, worm should be wormed. Alright, now I can put that into the correct folder. Put that into the RFI folder. And then I can attack. Okay, here it was. Here's the worm character. We say attack! And then Control V, get rid of the frame words. And I don't really need art fights on the front of it. I did this on stream. If you see me Load the image. And then we say it is a 3D model, and we say it is a full body, and we say it is no base, we say it is self-produced texture, not rigged, no background, animated, mixed movement, and that seems about right. And I hop off for this one because I'm watching Rogue One, because why not? Rogue One wasn't bad. For the newer Disney stuff, Rogue One wasn't bad. Hidden Solo. Nearly 200 points for that. Oh, I have another notification. What's this? Bingen. Hey, it's the one I did the spaceship for. Hey, I'm glad they like it. Oh, hang on, let me find you guys. See me stuff. I'll say thanks to them later. I'll thank them in a minute. After stream. We'll skip that one for now. I think we'll do another 2D. What am I up to now? Let me double check. 7 out of 10. Yeah, sounds about right. I think, do I want to do this one? Do I want to do this one? Do I want to do this? A lot of these are one. Let's do Coffee Cup. Why not? Let's do the Coffee Cup one. Oh, those crazy Russia. There was a man in Russia long ago. He was big and strong, and his eyes were flaming cold. Rasputin, Russia greatest man. There was a guy that really was fine. General, save that. Delete the default scene. Yeah, I knew about the song before this, but I hadn't listened to Rasputin for like years and years and years till I saw it on the short of some upcoming beat 'em up game. It showed up in my YouTube feed. We save this, save as, and this guy's name, or girl's name, or theirs name, whatever. Inclusivity, I use guy generally a lot. I don't know if that's okay or not. Save as. See. Honestly, if I could put on Rasputin right now, I probably would, but I'd probably get copyrighted. But I could, if you guys want to hear my terrible singing, though I dread to listen back to it later, I could karaoke that, if you beg. I'll close that area. Now I can bring you guys back to Blender, because we're going to 3D this guy. Because I have 3D Coffee Cup. Alright, if you loved last time I did karaoke, give me a second to get my other headphones. And then this is gonna suck to listen back to tomorrow because I hate actually hearing my own voice singing. Nails on chalkboard and all that, but okay, that is on. Think, let me go over to the Wii input for a second. Wait, I don't need to do that actually, I can just hit mute there. Okay. Take one ear of the stream headphones off, hook that over across, and then Apple Music. Alright, let me get this where my headphones aren't going to fly away. You guys asked for this. Is this a non-audio version, or is it just taking a minute? Okay, it's just taking a second. Hey, 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 hey. Dun, 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 dun. There's a certain man in Russia long ago. He was big and his eyes. Another comment? What? Hang on. Sorry. Get another comment. What? Where is this commenting? He is commenting on the spaceship. Okay. Think it is the person from the thing. Alright. I am giving you a thumbs up. I am giving you a heart. I am giving you a thumbs up. I am giving you a heart. Oh, and hey, they do. Hey, Benjin has elite ball knowledge. They loved the use of the Yamato theme. Heck yeah! Which I might do that one next if we're karaokeing, because that's one I can do without listening to it. Anyways, back to Rasputin. Moscow Jinx, he was such a lovely dear. He says the Bible like a preacher. Okay, I don't know this one nearly as well as I thought I did. Teacher. Rah, rah, Rasputin, Russia's Russian queen. He has a cat that really knows bomb. Rah, rah, Rasputin, nationalized love machine. It's a shame how he carried on. Okay, I thought I knew the song I thought I knew Rasputin way better than I actually do. If you don't want karaoke, we're doing something else because I am flubbing this horrifically bad. You submit the attack? You submitted an attack? You attacks me? You attacks me while my back is turned. We go together. We see. We witness. That's not the right thing. We see. We witness what you do. Oh, that's trippy. I like it. Oh, the observable universe. Enjoyable. It's been a while since I've grown bigger than the observable universe. It's a heck of a thing. Admittedly, last time I was in a mech suit, but I do really like that. You're watching me type thank you on this attack poorly. Thank you. Let me save this. And then let me grab. Let me scan your name. Control C. Save image as. And then should be 126 defense. Control V. Emoji A. Save. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. All right. Coffee cup, coffee cup, coffee cup. Where's coffee cup guy? There it is. Okay. Back to blenderings. Thank you. Uh, we go. That's that. That. And then da, 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 da. Set that up just slightly. And we grab this and that. Nope. This and this. Alt S to scale out more. And then bring that to about right here. There we go. Shade smooth. And then we look at the thing comparison. Okay. We'll add another layer of subdiv so it's real smooth. And then, like I was saying, I'm not gonna do Rasputin because I'm flubbing that way harder than I thought. But there is one I do. Technically, I could do without karaoke without listening to it, but I want to listen to it now. So, Star Blazers theme into googling. We're off to outer space. We're leaving Mother Earth to save the human race. Our star blazers. Searching for a distant star, heading off to Iskandar, leaving all we love behind. Who knows what dangers we'll find? Space strong and brave. We've got to save. If we don't, in just 1 year, Mother Earth will disappear. Fighting with the Gamelons, we won't stop until we've won. Then we'll return, and when we arrive, the Earth will survive with our star blazers. Yeah, I didn't need to actually listen to the theme to do that one because I watched Star Blazers so much as a kid, but I wanted to hear the theme since it was brought up. And then let me look at Cup Guy again. 2 little circle dots, so add mesh sphere. And then since y'all are talking about an attack that got made on the person who just attacked me, I will go look at that after I get this rendered. Because I am now curious. Give that the same texture there. Then give this a subdivision. Shade smooth. I'm going to have to look at the attack you're talking about because now I am curious. But I can... Honestly, I think I'm just going to have this one be a static too. So we're just going to join... Oh. Convert to mesh. And then join. Add mesh plane. Give him something to stand on. And then shading. Go to world shading. Environmental, open. And then for this one, we will do... I need desktop there, and then HDRI. And then it is, what is the name of it? Anniversary Lounge. streamer told was my sniper, or was that the Onion Man? If you told me that, I don't remember it. But that does also sound like something you would say. So, what Onion Man? What Onion Man? There's an Onion Man who you could confuse me with? Heresy. Set that to transparent, and now I think. To there. Add camera. Okay, yeah. As soon as I get this rendering, I'm definitely gonna have to look at the attack you're talking about, because I am quite curious now. This. And we give it another streamer for a year or so at this point. I mean, hey, I might have to check them out too at some point. I don't know if we do any kind of collabs because I don't know necessarily how to do that at the moment. But honestly, I do think collabing with someone in some way would be fun. Don't know how I would do it yet, but I don't know if it'd be this Onion Man or someone else. But that does. Just realized I made the legs way too big. Object, edit, edit. Shrink those. Now position camera. And you know what? We'll do a fluid sim because why not? Honestly, not imagine attacking more than like 5 OCs at once. Yeah, I've wanted to do a mass attack at some point, but during our fight, but the most I've worked up the nerve to do at once is 2. So that up out of the view, something like that, and then object, quick effects, liquid. Liquid domain. Bring that box down to right here. Scale it up. There we go. And now we go to I know the first one only had 8, but this year I made one with 22 characters at once. That is crazy. Where is the settings for flow? Flow. We want inflow, use flow, initial velocity. And then if I crank that other way, need to have this be the correct angle. Okay. That's not the correct angle. Neg 1. Perfect. Okay. Did a mass attack 4Cs, and it was my first time animating. Way out of comfort zone. Didn't want to cosplay a time for years point, but never close for it. The hunting. I'm not sure what sniper you're referring to, honestly, but I mean, cosplaying is cool. It's basically. I've never done cosplaying unless we're counting Halloween, but Halloween I don't know don't think counts. So we need to give this fluid and then effector, collision, and then flow. One, yeah, it explodes out of it. Okay, that's sampling substeps 5. Surface thickness, bump that up a tad. Try add a sample thing of 10. Okay, we will set this to a res of 50 and see if it still messes up. Also, you only want like 100 frames anyway. So that goes there. And it still explodes out of it. Really? Okay. Here, object, edit, A, mesh. And then we're going to say, where is it mesh? Yeah, mesh. And then normals, recalc outside. Okay. Liquid goes in. Okay, and it explodes out. Still. Okay, we're going to up the surface thickness by 1 whole decimal place. And it still explodes out. Okay, but if I put a cube that is a fluid, flow, liquid, outflow. Yes! That fixes it. Like finding red or blue snipers now, don't worry, but a green or green or yellow. Okay, TF2. Okay, I didn't know TF2 could have up to 4 teams. I thought it was only red or blue. I still need to play TF2 at some point. A little darker right there. Then zoom in. And then we want the outflow to... Yeah, sorry, I know this isn't as entertaining, but this is what animation is like. Insert the keyframe on the flow, and then back, 1 frame forward, unkeyframe it. Skyrim music? What do you mean Skyrim music? That's Monster Hunter. Also, I need to turn the music back on since I'm not karaokeing. Thank you for reminding me. Audio capture device? Why don't you... Okay, there it is. Okay. Okay, and then frame right before. Select the thing. Key it as being visible. Frame where it, simulation ends. Unkey it from being visible. Now go to like right here, pause, and now we go into compositing, new, set this to viewports, go to camera view, rendered, activate the compositing on the camera. Now we give it a bloom. We set the color of this to something like that. Yeah, I mean, I'm that way with Monster Hunter music, so fair enough. And then, actually, if I do, we'll do the page filter on this. Size 5. Now, accidental colors up. Oh my god. No, no. Oh, that's funny. Alright. Actually, trim my skull, low intensity, that. There. There. And then lens distortion fits. And then chromatic. No, not chroma key. Chromatic aberration. That's about things, bosses, and snakes. Metal. What? It broke. Really? The simulation broke again? No, the simulation's good at the start. I just gotta cache it. Okay. So come over here. We got the thing selected. No, we don't. Okay, layout. This, that. Cache. Instead of replay, we want all. Bake all. Shouldn't take too long because it's a simple sim. Alright. Why is it big? Oh, I didn't mean to leave it to 250, but it's not going to mess it up, so. Compositing. Don't want to do anything else compositing wise. Don't want to give it. Focus. We'll do that. Okay. Now we won't see it when that cube hits there because it's tagged to become invisible. Okay, that should be good. Go into this view. I can hide you guys. This is a view of that for a moment while I come over here. Set that to be a video. I'll save as. I copy the name. Control C. Save. Come over here. Put it to video. Control V. Accept. Now we render the animation. I take that to a different thing, and then I can let you guys see it rendering. All the, neatness that'll be. Sure. Oh, right. I said while we were rendering, we were gonna go look for the one attack you guys were talking about. Hang on. Let me pull RFI back up. Wish you knew how to make a GIF? Okay, so. I mean, I guess I can show you what I'm doing. It's not like it. Well, I'll show you that when I actually do that, because it's a free program I'm using. So, yeah, I can show you that here in a minute. Anyway, let me go here, and then you, and then you. And then, which attack on them were you guys talking about? Oh, which attack were you talking about a minute ago? Because I kind of want to see what you're talking. Oh, you're you! Now I recognize you. I recognize you from from your Khajiit character. I was thinking about throwing an attack your way, but none of your characters were clicking, and it's a bit late now. This one? Animation on YouTube. I mean, we gotta check it out, right? Let me mute the Skyrim for a second. Or not the Skyrim, the Monster Hunter. Ocean Man. Ocean Man. Man. That's fun. That's fun. I'm gonna give that a like. I like that. That's fun. I got new comments. What? Shreddable thing is attacking me. Multiply. All right. But yeah, that's cool. I like that. What? Oh, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. There's okay. Sorry. Uh, which one were we? It wasn't this one. Defenses. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I like that attack of yours, but was it this one? This one? This one? Or one behind? Which one of these are the ones? The one you were talking about? Mystery. This one? Animate entire sun on his computer and working solar flares. That does sound cool. Okay, let me see this one then. Is that's fun. I like that. Lights on the stage. I like that. That is another fun one. All right. Let me see if is that done rendering yet, or nope. Well, it's almost done rendering. Now it's done rendering. Okay. So I said I was going to show you what we were doing. So let me come back to the main thing here. Let me pull the thing, and then this is Microsoft Clipchamp. It is a free video software, that editing software that I use for a good chunk of my video editing needs. It's not super amazing, but it works. I'm going to hide this for a second because I don't know what window capture is going to show or not. So I'm going to import the file I just did, the render I just did, into this. Give me a second. This, yoink. Okay. It's not the wrong button. That's the wrong button. Please don't break the stream. Please don't break the stream. I hit the wrong thing. Oh, no, 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 no. Please help. Okay, I think. Please tell me that didn't bork the stream. Are we still good? Are we still good? Okay, I think we're still good. Whew. Whew. Okay, I think we're okay. That could have been bad, though. All right. I accidentally hit stop streaming on OBS when that is not what I meant to hit at all. So I'm glad we're okay. Now, in Clipchamp, because this is what I've been using to gifify things, we're just going to take our image, our GIF, got my watermark right here, and then go up to export, export as, I'm going to Control A, change the name, there, then you set it to GIF for things that are less than 15 seconds, hit export, and you're good. And then that's how I've been converting my things to GIFs. Let me change this from that to that. And this should be here. Yep. Okay. Now I can go back to my thing on this. What? Here. Yes. Okay. Available on, I don't think Clipchamp is available on mobile. You'll have to look for something else to convert for mobile. I don't know if you, I mean, there's got to be ways to GIFify short videos on mobile. I just don't know them off the top of my head. But it was fun having you here, Jester. Yeah, it was fun to have you here. Okay, that's finished converting, so I'm gonna toss it into the. That's finished converting, so I'm gonna toss it into my art fight folder, and then I'm gonna do the attack. Control V. And then I did this on our live stream, trying to hit 50 attacks before art fight is over. And then here, size, full body. Then here, we're gonna upload that GIF. Good night, Jester. It was fun having you. And hopefully we'll get to 50. We're getting close. No base, self-produced textures for what little textures were produced in this one. Not rigged. No simple background animated. And I'll say minimal animation. Bye. I'm glad that you're having fun, though. Why is my music off again? Oh, right, I turned it off. Durr. Okay. That should be good, should be good, should be good. All should be good. Confirm attack details. Ooh, 130 points. Nice. Submit the attack. And now, what does that take me up to? What am I at? 48. Just 2 more. We can do this. We can do it! Yes! And we'll be doing this one on a string next, I think. And I think we'll do it 2D. Hear me out? Okay. Alright. Word said before disaster, but go for it. 8 cylinders, can I have that crankshaft? Each cylinder pulled in the air and fuel compression. You transfer to rotational motion? Yeah, that's an internal combustion engine. A V8. That's a V8. That's an internal combustion engine in a V8. I've actually assisted in replacing one of those once. I think it was a V8. Was that a V8 or was it a... No, it might have... Oh god. Oh god damn it. Okay, that's gonna bug me now. Oh, that's gonna bug me now. What? I don't think it was... Actually, I think it was higher than a V8. What was... What mower did we swap that with? I don't remember now. It was such a pain to get the transmission hooked up. Oh, I don't... I'm gonna have to... Okay, I'm gonna have to ask tomorrow if I remember what mower we put in the Camaro, but... Okay. I think it was... It had to have been... I think. Unless it was... No. I know it wasn't a 6. I'm pretty sure it wasn't a 6 at the very least. Oh, now it's gonna eat at me. Okay, we're doing the worm. Miggy. Do a new thing on GIMP. Bring you guys over to GIMP. Yeah, that whole endeavor was not a fun thing. If I was more awake, I'd probably remember what engine type it was. Oh. I'm not, yeah. Whatever. Okay, so throw some squigglies to establish shape. Nope, that's... That'll do. And then we'll do just one eye at the angle. And then they got fire in their eyes. And about it weighs down to them. Okay. And then the main color is sort of light pale orange. About like that. I believe. Nope, a little more orange than that. Okay. All right. I'm glad you were. I'm glad you came to say hi and watch me do this. It was fun. I very much enjoy having you guys here when I do. Honestly, I think I should keep doing streams post-hard fight. I was a little unsure if I was going to keep this a relatively common, albeit not regular thing, but I think I am. Now, what stream topics it'll be, now that our fight's ending, I don't know. But I think it'd be fun. So embarrassed about the scar. Hey, I have at the very least done things on that level of Dur plenty of times. But goodbye for real. And again, it was fun to have you here. Hello, Midnight Gamer. Real Gan was just leaving because, it's time for them to do so. But we are doing, I think, this one and one other art fight, and then I will have actually hit the goal of 50 attacks, which I did not think I was going to be able to do, but I decided to lock in tonight and actually do it. So, here we are. We are doing this character, this worm on the string from Who's Rio. And, might as well show you real quick the ones we've already done on stream. We did this slightly animated one of a little robot probe character. We did this Adeptus Mechanicus character. We did this robot with a little staticky glitch filter. We did this worm on a string. And we did this coffee cup just a second ago. And now we're doing this. You sometimes weld things for fun. If you're not saying that as a joke, Oh, hey, I got water, so. And we only got one more attack after this, and it shouldn't be too bad. It's probably gonna be another worm. But I'm a heavy insomniac. I usually end streams at around what's for me 10 o'clock, but I've usually been awake for much longer than that. Only problem is I am going somewhere tomorrow, so we'll see how that goes. That's also why I wanted to do this stream tonight, because this is going to be the last time I have to do art fight anything. I won't be able to make use of the little bit of time we have tomorrow. Is that the right color? No, it's a little more brown than that. You know, one of the best things about doing worm on a string characters with the way I do it is I don't have to have the pattern 100% perfect. As long as I have the colors in roughly the right spot, it'll look correct. Once I verify it. And they got polka dots too, so that should do. And then they have a little bit of a light yellow underbelly, I think, and more of a paler orange. That's $1 million every 1 day, every 1 days, or $1 every 1 million. Depends on the context. Where's it coming from? Because obviously, you know, the instinctive, well, duh answer is the million a day. But what kind of monkey's paw would curl for that? I want the full terms and conditions, Genie. I decide if the curse is worth it or not. It's not. It's my trash. Oops. Mm-hmm. But for some reason, the sun does not allow werewolves to work out. Strange, isn't it? The moon, it must actually be some other property of the moon rather than its light that causes wolves to wear. Just a placebo effect. You think werewolves can actually do it at any time of the year and they just think it's tied to the moon because of like some ancient superstition? That'd be funny, actually. That's actually a funny world building plot. Werewolves can actually wolf out at any point, but none of them think that because placebo effect, but one of them reads up on science enough and realizes that, and then they can I don't know. The plot thread died in my brain just then, but there's something there, I think. This airbrush. Like I idea bounce. I'm the idea bouncing guy, but I suck at actually putting that into writing, you know? Trying to get better on that. I say trying, but like... What? Oh, I didn't make it on a separate layer. Whoops. Go all the way back, unmake the eye. Layer, new layer. Start from fresh. I was listening to another thing on World of Darkness, Werewolf 4 today. Steer the ship? What? What do you mean steer the ship? What are you talking about, Epic? Like when you hack 5,000 brush strokes before you made the Iowan cool back. Okay. I'm not gonna knock you for that. I've done similar thought jumps. Zoom in, that's not in, that's out. Scale. And rotate. And then gentle erase. Layer, duplicate. Filter, blur, bezel. Filter for lens. Blur, there we go. Some fire in the eyes. And on an underlayer, That zombie goes like, fetch me the swords. Yeah. Oh, that one doesn't actually have a string. I'll leave them stringless. Oh, this color is supposed to not. Oops. Fix that. Earthquake, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. You speaking in tongues over there? You're some kind of devil worshipper? Some kind of satanist? You wearing satin? Don't want to do anything. We'll do the glistening string. That's too thick. Out there, half capacity. That's too shrimp looking. That gives it too much fish. There we go. Sorry, lightheaded because it stood up too fast. I feel that. I feel that. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I stood up too fast again. Da, 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 da. Go. Go. Now, do I want to do more tweaks? Oh, wait, blush. Almost forgot the blush. Yeah, I think you said that at the start of the stream. You didn't explain what happened, but you said that had happened. Which, again, I'm sorry that it happened. I have no idea what that means. I assume nothing about anyone. At least I try not to. I think that's good. Like, I thought this was an in-person thing. Was this just like over a chat or something? I don't know. Because if it's a chat, that's even more pathetic. But it also makes more sense if it was over a chat than anything else. I mean, not good, even remotely anyway, shape or form, but... Children trying to be edgy. Regardless, not cool. I've never actually done Omegle or any of those either. Yeah, I think good here, Sony. Rio, Control C, file, recently used this, Control V, and we get character name of Millie, V, exporte, export, and then we go to thing, and I'll bring you guys with me because why not? And we scope, that's not what I need to do, whatever, we attack. Say they did this on a live stream. I don't like half of that is gibberish, and I don't have enough, and not enough of it is not to understand what you mean. HMP one day is the funniest thing, huh? There's a lot of funniest things I need to eventually go watch. I'm working my way through Xander Renegade Angel now because I thought, why not? Absolute fever dream, but a funny one sometimes. Live stream. Trying to hit 50 attacks. Full bod, drawing, clean painted, minimal shading, no simple, give it a pattern, abstract, I think. In the image, this, and then this. Zoom. Just for fun, we'll zoom in like that far. Yeah, that should be good. Boosh. HMP, I happy. I mean, kebabs are good. I haven't done kebabs in a while. Might be an idea for another. I did not put up a meat. Ooh, I just realized I did not put a meat up tonight. Shoot. Well, hopefully I will remember to do that in the morning. Attack on me from them. And notifications. Back. Here. One more attack. And I think we will do the one more worm, and we'll do the Prince Rupert's drop worm. Because I think that's funny. And, you know. Once more onto the blend. Let me get that set up. File new. General. Artist name. Save that. File. Save that. Artist on here's name. Lost 3 things. Squigglies, whatever's claimant of Grammaricalese, you know, language. There we go. Save as, save. delete the default cube and everything. Shading, get rid of the one thing. Bring this over to blonder. Okay. Thank you for being here with me, Leapic, even though I know it's ridiculously late for you at this point. You honestly really shouldn't be, but... Add mesh cube. Edit. Eyes are on the side. Three-prong crown. Scepter. Okay. Who needs sanity? Just be weird. It's much more fun. Give that 3 layers of subdivision. That to mesh, shade smooth, add mesh, UV sphere, pull that out, pull it up, RX90, Z90, today, control layer, rotation scale, mirror mod, mirror, mirrored, going down, going in. These exactly, roughly right there. Now we select these. GGGZZ, XX, pull that down. In, shrink. And then we give this new first a shiny white color, then a shiny yellow color, which we assign to all of that. Hide. I have a scene from Highest finds some information on John Pork, so he breaks into Miller Base works that just to get it, keeps on saying he's here privately. Again, I have no context, but that does actually sound really funny. Just from the mutterings of it. H. Smooth. And give this new full transmission. Drop the roughness. Shade smooth. A little bit of alpha just to make it start to see inside. Add mesh cube. Edit. It is a 3-prong crown, but I'm going to say that that is an angle thing for my own convenience. Smooth. Individual faces. Okay. Smooth. 2 layers. Give it first a gold metal. And a second that is bright red. Edit. Assign H And frankly, drop the roughness and the transmission on that. We'll leave off the scepter, I think. This shading, color, ramp, and gradient texture. Time 11 making fun of how Cheetah sounds like the name of some Weave character from the thing. They were talking about the best sandwich all of a sudden. Go. Hey, I always remember such knee slappers are no around. No offense. Hey, yeah, that. No offense taken. No offense taken. If I was familiar with what you were talking about, I'm sure I would be finding it funny too. Probably, maybe. Noise. Noise texture. There we go. Save that. Also, I think we should make it. Save. Add mesh or curve rather. We'll do a path curve. We'll have a fun curve for this last. Nope, not Sapling region. Curve. Path curve. RZ90. Scale it up a bit. Object edit. Toggle cyclic to connect it. Hide that for a second. Everything just like this. Join. Oh, what? Oh. Convert to mesh. Now everything to that. Join. Oops. Convert that to mesh as well. Everything is join. 4 times the charm. H, this, curve modifier, boop. Add, camera, yep. 1080. There. And you do 120. Insert keyframe here, and at the very end. is this one? Why is this wanting to take forever to drive to the right spot? Switches in there. A little bit forward actually. Add light spot. Put it right here. Set this to cycles. GPU. Put 5 there. Denoise. 5 there. Denoise. GPU. Performance. /3. Persistent. Compositor. GPU. Okay, that should be good. And then shading. Object. World. Environmental. What the? Normally Abra out in a montage of it? Okay, I'm probably going to have to look into what show or series you're talking about. Because if I knew, I'd probably find what you're talking about funny. Film. That's good. Compositing, new. Now this to viewport here, here. Rim. Oh, fairly competent 2D digital artist and a somewhat competent, fairly confident 2D digital artist and a fairly competent 2D physical. 2D digital, good. 2D physical, okay, artist. Tired enough, word, not brain. Meaning understand you, regardless. I think did. Well, usually I skip leather and just get iron whenever I eventually get iron. Then again, I'm not like a hardcore player or anything like that. Just what I do when I get on my random Minecraft kicks once or twice a year. Like 3 or 4 months out of the year, I'll get a random Minecraft kick. Save, and then can hit render, animation, and that should be good. Double check that I have it on the right spot. Good. Okay, is rendering. It's slow because take times. But this will be it. We did it. 50 attacks, baby. Let's go. We're almost there. We've almost done it. It's almost time. Yeah. I thought it was chimichanga.
Hey, did you see the He-Man movie? Because I saw that a day or two ago and it was really good. Well, not really good, but good.
Turn that off. Okay, but actually though, did you see the new He-Man movie? Because I liked it. Yeah, I was wondering if anyone in my audience has seen it. Thought it was fun.
Nope.
Review contiguous bits, but alright. I didn't like the voice for Cringer, and I didn't like who they cast as Evelyn. And I was hoping Skeletor would have a bit more to his voice rather than generic evil bad guy gravelly echo voice, but other than that, it was good. I liked it. Still need to see the new Superman and then Supergirl, and then Brand New Day will be out soonish. That'll be fun. The Avatar movie was pretty good. Last Airbender one. I liked it. It wasn't like they did nerf everyone a little bit, but it was somewhat understandable nerf. Because it's not like they've been in active war for a couple years. So, I don't know. Is this done yet? Are you done rendering? Okay, it is done rendering, and I can convert it to a GIF. A GIF Yankee, if you will. Except I won't, because the GIF Yankee are kind of dicks. Last movie we watched was the entire Angry Birds movie on your YouTube. I mean, I did like the Angry Birds movie, actually. It was the first one, at least. It was fun. No one knows what it's like to be the bad man. to be the sad man, telling only lies. No one knows what it's like to feel these feelings. Oh man, actually, hang on. That one, the first Angry Birds movie was old enough that I still was playing Rock Band enough to have actually done. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, I just realized that the first Angry Birds movie is old enough that we were still had Rock Band set up. Not 4th of July yet, but it's no, wait, yesterday. Oh, God, you're messing with my sense of time and space. Deliberately. Alright, that is gififying. I need to celebrate. You know what? You know what sound effect I should add? The celebratory party horn things. I should add one of them to the streamer set up. Something to do once I get start playing with Wardo. That good thing. This. So bring y'all with me as we attack for the final time because we did it! It is successful! We actually achieved it! We succeed, elations! It is full bod. It is attack image. I'm going to give it this. Okay. What do you mean illegal robot? The only part of that is confusing to me is the illegal. Because what do you mean the robot was illegal? Alright. We have victory! Woohoo! Yep, we did it! 50 out of 36! We succeeded! Good! Success! Yeah! What do you mean I have no idea what you mean by he found an illegal robot. That's, I mean, punishable. Well, why is the robot punishable by prison? Anyhow, success and victory, we did. 50 attack, we made the goal. Wow. Okay. Like I said on that last attack thing, I am vid now. So, before I turn stuff off, anything you want to say as we come to the final seconds? Because this is it. We did it! Victory!
Sweet success!
Alright, I'll let the thought finish. Finish the thought. Don't only practice your art, but force your way into its secrets, for it and knowledge can raise men to the divine. That is a absolutely fire quote, actually. Thank you. But yeah, I still don't know how to end stream, so